Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the IndieTales game dev livestream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Thursday edition of the stream. I have been I've been doing it tough. It's been not great for me sleep-wise this week, including yesterday, but I've been reasonably productive today, working on a feature that I think is going to be pretty useful for me going forward, just to help me out with, hang on a second, I'm dealing with some technical difficulties with my lighting. One sec. Oh no. Okay, looks like lighting is a no-go. There we go, much better. Okay, so yeah, just been probably procrastinating a little bit, and I'm going to try to get away from that. It's been difficult. I think I'm just approaching a bit of a mental block on some like emotional stuff that I'm just having to deal with, but that's, I think, what happens when you work on a game for as long as I have and you're moving towards some big commitments. So, not much I can do about it, just press on, I suppose. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat. We've got Virtue vs. Vice, Mentos, Pregnant Lily, and Dabu. Welcome. Big thanks to everybody who's also here on YouTube. I know we got you watching. Say hi if you're there. And yeah, I got some rain sounds playing in the background alongside the music. Hope that's okay. So, what have I been building? Well, I've been building a little system to help make cutscenes easier to produce. It's pretty, what's the word, early for this thing. So as a feature, hey Marcus Paulo, as a feature, it's not very far along, but I'm hoping that it will do the job that I want it to do. So, or at least like create some value. So let me tell you about this thing that I'm building. Basically, in my game, I have what are called event sequences. And event sequences look like this. They're, whoop, you can't see any of that. They're a bunch of text. And I can create them just with literally typing text into a text field or pasting it from somewhere. And that creates this. And my goal is to basically have a button that I press to convert this into the thing in the scene. So I don't have to add game objects and connect everything up. It just knows how to do it, at least as much as can be done. All of the repetitive work. So an example would be something like this. Press the button. I get the name of the cutscene here under a tab called sequences. I have all of the game objects that relate to it. I have the character who's going to be in the scene next to Armin, and I have them in like an idle position. And I have a timeline that, in this case, I've already created that timeline because it's an asset that belongs to the cutscene. But for a new cutscene, I should be able to do this in a pretty straightforward manner. So maybe I can show you like what that would look like. So we're going to make a new event sequence. It's called test sequence. We're going to write some text. Armin says hi. Rose says hello. Is this the real life? And then let's say Berta says, is this just fantasy? And then Leopold says, caught in a landslide. ... So that's a cutscene. Doesn't exist yet. I press import. Wow. Okay. It didn't work. That's a shame. I wonder what I did wrong. Oh, it's like actually broken. Okay, let's try that again. Wow, not the best way to demo something, huh? Let's try again. I think I'll just keep it to 2 characters for now. So maybe Berta says, hi, this is a test. And then Rose says, hello. Let's import that. That should work. No? Okay, well, something's gone wrong then. What's gone wrong? Get portrait. Maybe it's Berta. I've never really tried to put her in the game before. Rose, hello, this is a test. And then Armin, hello. And then that should work. No? Okay, I really screwed up. Cool feature. What about just Armin? Hi, import. Wow, okay. Well, something bad's happened. I've definitely broken it today. What is the issue here? That's unfortunate. Well, it's definitely the import step, so... Such a shame that I got sidetracked. I was just going to show off something cool that I built, and now I have to fix something that's broken. But what did I change? I didn't change anything about this. Well, here we go. NPC data character first to default, character name lower to name for each. I did change this to, and I changed the underlying data structure to something called NPC data. But that was more of just a refactor, just a rename. Imported characters. Oh, there it is. Yep, that'll do it. I hard-coded the name of the data type. All right, let's try that again. Boom. See, it works. So the lines of dialogue become like events in a sequence, and then I can press create in scene, and then those characters appear in the scene. Look at that. And if I make it trigger on collision and allow retriggering and save it, I should be able to just make it go. Ta-da! So that's good. The fact that I can do that is really cool. Literally just type 3 lines of text, press import, and then press create in scene, and I have like a proper, a proper thing. The next thing that I'm trying to do with this system, and I don't want to spend too much time on this, but is be able to click create timeline. So we create a new timeline attached to this sequence. We create it in the scene. And then the idea would be that we would have a timeline here. Oh, there it is. Perfect. With the lines of dialogue in it already. I can pass this into that. And then the best thing would be to have a camera, if I wanted to, that appears here. I can already do it, like a camera transition track to and from a new cutscene camera. But this is the part that I kind of don't want to have to do by myself. I kind of want to be able to just drag that stuff in there and have it work. A bunch of defaults. Hey, Donna. Is there a library or plugin? No, I made it myself. So, now, hypothetically, I should be able to just trigger this cutscene, and the camera can be, if the camera wants to be over here when this cutscene's happening, then what should happen is as we walk up, the camera looks up to where the camera actually is and then disappears back. So that would be, I guess, the base case of a cutscene in the game. That's like the most straightforward way to do it. And I'm happy with that. Hey, Chronicle. There are other things I'd like to do. Like it would be nice to have animation tracks for each of the characters here. So just sort of getting ahead of it and sort of guessing like, hey, considering you have these 2 characters, why not just put some tracks in there? Stuff like that I'd like to do. So maybe we can do that right now. So this thing I call the sequence instance manager setup timeline. So this attaches that to that, but then Chronicle 4 years. That's mental. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So right now, when I create it, I think it already does it in the sequence editor. Timeline. When we generate the timeline, we update timeline dialog, which is this, and then we should say add animation tracks. Retrobox. Not really like that. What was your first game engine? Says Enchanted Cloud. I actually used Unity pretty much. Well, I mean Java. I was making games in Java. But maybe before that, I was making games in Flash. So I guess my first engine was Flash, really. I did dabble in Game Maker before that at high school, but I didn't really make anything in it. Yeah, this is really tough. Because I kind of, instead of adding it here, I want to bind it. This is the tough part. I'm wanting to attach track bindings. There is a bit of AI assist. Yeah, I'm not really, I sort of, when I'm doing like obscure like editor programming, I like having Copilot around. I don't listen to it much, but if there's something specific that I'm like, how do I instantiate this very specific variable? It's good to just have it autocomplete. And then I can just tab through if I recognize it as correct. All right. So, yeah, this is a bit awkward, this thing that I'm building. So if we create this in scene, here it is in the scene. This fails because it's trying to, what's it trying to do? Playable director has been destroyed, but you're trying to access it because it's in dialogue clip behavior. Process frame, director time. This is, I think, maybe got to do with the fact that I think it has something to do with the fact that the event sequence isn't plugged in here and the sequence player isn't plugged in here, but everything else should be okay. So what we need to do is when we check the timeline in the sequence instance manager on enable, update data, set up timeline. Then we need to validate timeline tracks. Okay. That's correct. That's what I wanted to do. Wow. See, that was pretty good. That I didn't even need to do anything then. But then I want to set the track binding to the sequence player. The problem is that might be an editor script, in which case I'm a little bit stuck. The track has a binding and the binding, the sequence player is part of behavior.director.get generic binding. So we need to set the binding of the director there. Let's try that. Like, even though it got that wrong, again, 2 out of 3, not bad, especially because I didn't have to fail at it 3 times and then ask it. You know, it's very easy to sort of like, you put time into something, you write something that might be right, it's wrong, you figure out why it's wrong, you look it up, you go, okay, oh, I need an extra parameter here, or this parameter needs to be specifically of this type, or this is only statically accessible because of this reason. You go down a rabbit hole, only just so that you can write the one line of code correctly. Whereas what you really just need to know is like the right way to do it. That's the one time when like Copilot's really handy. It's almost never better at writing logic, but if it writes a reasonable response that's accurate to like, again, obscure like library calls, then that's already a big time saver. So I'm on the free tier at the moment and I just let it sort of do its thing a little bit. It does get in the way though. And actually, for me, the biggest reason why I don't like it is it adds a bunch of using lines to random parts of the script. And you won't know when it does it, especially if it doesn't break. But if some of those using tags have specific editor scopes, then you try to compile your project, the build will fail because of random using lines. Like if Unity editor shows up here, like in this case, outside of the tag, we're screwed. Or like sometimes system.numerics.vector something will replace the Unity vector, and then it'll throw an ambiguous line. It'll be like, oh, we don't know the difference between those two things. Really annoying. It's absolutely infuriating. So that's not doing anything, and neither is that, which means that nothing's really happening here. It is trying to process the tracks. I wonder if it's ever running that function we just wrote. Literally never. Okay. And this is called when? If we set up the timeline, which we're not going to do. So we should probably try to validate timeline tracks. Well, let's check what this does. It sets the binding. Okay, these are, I would say, reasonable to do every frame, or like without being locked inside of this scope. I think we can do them just like on update data. Did it just do it? No. Okay. I was like, wow. Okay. So no, not yet. But we've got to run that function at least once. Let's see if we can get it to update from hot reload. Okay, so it tried to do it, but we've still got issues. This is good. This bound correctly. That's good. That bound correctly. This didn't work. But I think I did that. I think that was my fault. I'm surprised this isn't... Oh, this can't have a track binding because the cameras are unique. And there's no camera in this anymore, so it doesn't matter. The cameras exist on the track. All right, well, in that case, I think this is all done. No breaky. Good. Cool. So the next thing we wanted to do was then, insert those Retrobox tracks. And I think we're going to get stuck here because there's kind of like, for those of you who don't know, a distinction between... I mean, you won't... This is probably not very useful for most people here, but this is the timeline, right? The timeline has tracks. When you define a timeline asset, the timeline asset lives in your project folder, yeah? With lots of things in Unity, that project folder does not... There is like a hard difference in Unity between what's in the scene up here and what's in the project directory. And so something that's in the project directory when you have like a timeline, this is like a class definition, and then this is an instance. So if for example you have like a playable director or something like that in the scene on some script, bound to something, that's fine. That will have a bunch of data that will belong to the scene. And in this case, a timeline asset expects, although it's defined here in the timeline, in the asset project directory, when I click it, notice this label event sequence. I can change the label, but I can't add a sequence to this. I can't do anything to this. It's just like a label. But if I click the same asset from within the scene context, now I have a field that I can drag sequence players into, which is the binding for this track. So there is like the asset itself, and then there is the asset that lives in the scene, or the instance of that asset that lives in the scene. And with anything like animations or basically objects that define behavior in a way that is not local to anything, but that needs to be local to something in order to do its job, this happens, this relationship. And the challenge here that I've got is that, so I want to like do a one touch, one button, set up the whole thing in the scene. But the things that update this are editor things. This is the Unity editor. The things that update stuff here is runtime stuff, Unity engine. So this is Unity editor, this is Unity engine in the scene context. And a cutscene, like in this case, contains stuff that is defined in the engine space up here and the editor space down here, because the assets are authored in the editor, but the instances appear in the scene, in the engine. So I'm having to bounce back a little bit. Like this script here is what I use to build all of this. And this is a mono behavior. But some of the things that I wanted to do was bind these characters to a track asset down here to say, hey, you've got these tracks, put us in the tracks so that we can do animations here. But that instruction has to happen in two places. The timeline tracks get created in the editor, which can't happen here because this is part of the runtime. But the binding, filling this thing, that can happen in the engine. That can happen in the scene with this. So I need to already have added the tracks here, and then I can just set generic binding. And unfortunately, what that means is that in order to author this quickly, I need to be jumping back and forth between the asset that contains this timeline, which is this, and the buttons that I press there to make stuff happen down here, and then the stuff here that gets bound into that stuff. In this case, update dialogue track might be the button that I would press. Sequence editor, update timeline, update dialogue, update timeline, dialogue. But even better, when we generate the timeline, we should be creating the timeline dialogue. Here we are. That's the dialogue for the timeline, but we also want animations to update. This here. Hey, Spectra. So we should be able to say, go for each of the characters that appear in the sequence. Check if there is a retro box track bound to their name with. Let's have a look. Okay, so for each of the tracks, get the output tracks. If the track is a retrobox track, then that is this. That's interesting. Why don't we just do that? You silly Billy. If its name already exists, then we're good. Otherwise, create a track and then do that. It looks like it's already doing that. So we're good. And I guess this is the track binding. Parent track asset. No, I don't need to do that. Okay. G'day. So I should be able to just press this button, go here, check the timeline, and here we do have one of each. The problem is it's not really obvious that this is supposed to be, like, they've got the names here, but it's not very obvious. I don't know what the right thing to do here would be. Make a group, maybe? I actually don't know how to do it. Is it folders? What is the name of this feature? Track group. Why can't I make a new track group? From the script. Wow, code from Google? Is that from Bard? Oh, the track group is a kind of track? Is that right? Gemini. It's actually wrong. The timeline is a timeline asset, and it's saying the timeline asset has a function called add track. It's just making it up. It's lying to me. Let's see if anybody actually knows how. Really? Just like that? What the heck? What the hell just happened in my brain? Timeline.create track null group name. Bro. Where is the documentation for this thing? Just use cursor. I don't want to. So what do I want to do here? Let's have a think. I want to say, if you found the name already, ask if it's in a group. If it is not in a group, Track asset. What? Right. Okay. So this is create. I think I've made a mistake here. Oh wait, no, here. This needs to be bool found equals false. This needs to be continue. Or even break. This needs to be found as true. This needs to be like that. I think that's better. Hey. References in one place for your asset arts. I don't really store assets for referencing. I just use Google, to be honest with you. I do have like documents like this in Leonardo. So like, I've got a document like this where I just paste a bunch of images and do notes and stuff. These are all just from Google anyway though. I guess I use this. You can also use Figma for this too. Figma's pretty good. We've done that as well. And the Figma has the advantage of having these still be images that you can move around and write proper text and stuff. So the only difference between Leonardo and Figma is being able to sketch in Leonardo. But I would say Figma or FigJam, which is the same thing, but just more collaborative. Okay. So let's delete these. And then let's go to you, and then to you, and then update. Oh, there we go. Boom, boom, boom. Nice. That's great. So we need to also make sure that we're not adding the text if the text doesn't exist. Hello, run your game. All right, give me a bit. Dialogue track bar talk. So this is gonna add. Yeah, bit tough. But anyway. Cool. So you want me to run the game, okay? No worries. Looks like this. I do have a YouTube channel. Yep. You can also wishlist this game right now. I did not go to school for this. I went to school for design, but not game design. Ow. What got me into making the game? I was just inspired. I wanted to create a world, and I wanted to fill, just fill it with story, you know? I had just like I've always wanted to be a game developer. And I knew I wanted to make adventure games. The game's name is Insignia. So it wasn't graphic design, it was user experience design. Well, I mean, I got a job as a user experience designer, but prior to that, I was doing, like at university, what I was learning was kind of like, it was like procedural design or like computer aided design. That's kind of what it would have been called. The course is called design computing. It's basically like a little bit of programming, a little bit of electronics, a little bit of UX design, a little bit of animation, a little bit of interaction design, just like all things creative design using a computer. But not, when we say design, I think in a lot of languages and cultures, design means drawing. But it really, we had nothing to do with graphic design. That's like the one thing that we didn't do. So it's more like design almost from an industrial design, interaction design, architecture background, or a better way to put it would be like user-centered design. I don't know. It was actually, to me, all of the things we learned have like a perfect overlap. It was like very informative, very instructive. But I don't think many places teach design that way. Maybe in Europe, I don't know. Because here in Australia, usually if you do like a design course, it's like graphic design or like visual communication, which is just like marketing. This is nothing like that. This is more like design research, closer to that. Or like academic design. So like thinking about almost like learning a bit of psychology, doing a bit of programming, thinking about like emerging technology and how that relates to design. That kind of thing. So I knew how to code a little bit already. We even did like a little bit of sound design. So like, how do you, yeah, it's hard to sort of bundle that all up. These things are literally just, they're just gaps. They don't do anything. They're just there for me to visually like break up the thing. Yeah, it's just an order thing. I would be childing the game objects to them, but unfortunately, Unity's parent-child relationships with transforms means that you end up with the logic is bound up in that stuff. So like you don't want to necessarily have something be a parent of something else. You just kind of want it visually separated. That's all I'd use it for. So now I wanted there to be a little binding situation here. So when we update data here, validate timeline tracks. This is for each track in timeline tracks. If it's a this, okay, if the track is retro box track. Retro track. Then we want to set the binding. I don't think we need to do that. It's retro track dot. No, it's director dot set generic binding. Retro track, and then and then the cutscene character that relates to this in the scene, which we should expect to exist, but it'd be like game object. Oh gosh, should I? Probably, it might be a good idea to store these. Pals, can I tell you something? I went on the wildest goose chase of my life yesterday. I cannot believe in the year of our Lord 2025 this is the thing. This is like a thing. It's honestly both fascinating and infuriating that this is the way that it is. Let me tell you. Let me take you on a little journey. Way back in like the year 2004, there was a tool. The tool was called Macromedia Flash 8. Flash used to not be owned by Adobe. And Flash 8 is, in my opinion, one of the crowning jewels of software. There is a tool in Flash called the brush tool. Okay? The brush tool allows you to paint vector. Okay? So you have this, you can do pressure sensitivity, you can create a shape, and now that shape is a vector. You can cut the shape, you can drag the shape. That is a vector, and that is a vector. And what vector means is basically you've got control points that represent what this thing is. And you can affect this. You can use a simplify operation to morph the shape into something more soft, right? You can like start to simplify the shape over and over and over again. Back in the day, Flash animators would use these tools, like this button right here. That's the button for smoothing. And then you can even sharpen an edge. Okay? This, and this do not exist anywhere else on any apps anywhere in 2025. You cannot do that anywhere on anything. Not in Inkscape, not in Krita, as far as I know, not in Clip Studio Paint, not in Figma, not in anything. Nothing has those tools. And they are the most basic, natural way, in my opinion, of painting vector art that you could possibly do. It's the most straightforward way of making shapes in vector. Now, I've been doing some graphic design for my just my brand and for just general bits and pieces. And I'm wanting to do things like this, right? I want to like draw shapes that are vector shapes, but I don't want to draw them like this. That sucks. I don't want to do that. And I don't want to do this. Because I don't like that sucks too. Like, how do you make sure this is filled? Oh, okay, you got to do that. It's not a fun workflow for me, because what I want to do is kind of like more elaborate graphic design. Like some of this stuff, like I'm doing a splash screen for a trailer for Insignia, right? See this? This is an example of some art that's vector, right? You can infinitely scale it, no problem. But it's hand-drawn. You cannot do this. You cannot do it anywhere. There is no way to do it. The way that you do it basically today, unless you, I think Illustrator has something like this, maybe. But if you don't want to give in to the Adobe, vortex, what you have to do is draw in bitmap and then convert by tracing to vector. And even then, there's no nice way to do that in such a way that gives you the filled shapes like this. I want this shape to contain this shape here, right? So that they're stacked on top of each other. So like, what you want to do is, and this is where it got crazy for me. I spent hours trying to solve this yesterday. What you want to do is be able to like draw a shape. You got some color and you want to draw a shape, and then on top of that shape, maybe draw like another shape, whatever it is. And then on top of that shape, draw another shape as layers, right? That's what I would want to do. So that this has still got the volume behind it. Because otherwise, when you trace this, if these shapes are flattened, when you trace it, what happens is it creates a shape out of this and then separately creates a shape out of this, and they may not share this seam. They may not exactly tessellate. There would be gaps between them and bits and pieces. This thing to me feels like the most like basic thing. Moho. Let's have a look at Moho. I'm like, I cannot there's no way that it doesn't exist somewhere. But the thing that gets me about all this is that there's also like a workflow for this that to me is like, without this workflow, I refuse to use any software if it doesn't have this workflow. And it's really straightforward. Sprite has it. Leonardo has it. Maybe, I think Photoshop has it. It's like this. What I want to be able to do is have a color. Maybe I put down a palette of colors. Yeah. 1, 2, 3 colors. I hold Alt, I get the eyedropper. I click down, I get the brush. I paint, I click, I paint, I click, I paint. If I can't do that with pressing Alt to toggle between ink and eyedropper, and then E to erase, if I can't do that, I don't want to use it. I'm not here. I don't want to touch it. Don't make me. Why is this workflow not anywhere? It's so hard. Anything that has vector doesn't do this, and anything that does this is bitmap. It's just like bizarre. It's so weird. I don't actually know about Moho. So this is Bone Tools. But is that all it does? Rigging? Wow, that's really cool. But see, I don't want to do this. That looks pretty cool though. Liquid shapes. Oh, maybe that's what it is. Or is liquid shapes, I don't know what that is. Subtract, intersect, blend, animate shapes in unique ways. Maybe it's liquid shapes. Hello. Why do I need vector-based graphics? Oh, that's so cool. Wow, look at that. Wow, this has got a lot of features. I'll have to have a look at this later. But all I was looking for was a simple canvas that I could paint vector in. The question of why I need it has to do with I'm doing some branding stuff at the moment, and I'm wanting to do like vector art assets for the brand, for like the website and stuff like that. And anyway, to round out the story, do you know how I solved this problem? I literally traced pixel art. I literally just did it in pixel art and then used the traced features to create that. This is pixel art that I traced using the trace feature of this vectorized bitmap. What vectorized bitmap does in Figma is it opens up Photopea in a Chromium thing, and then using Photopea's trace bitmap feature, it figures out a bitmap out of this and then creates it. You don't have a lot of settings, but that's what I used. Absolutely disgusting. And you know what I had to do as well? I had to take each of these and turn it into a sprite sheet of all the layers so that they were visually separate from each other. Oh man, because that's the only way I could get a fill out of a bitmap. Like to get this and then separately this on top, you needed to trace them individually as layers. So I put them in a sprite sheet where they were one big frame full of the different layers, and then I dragged them together. All to get a little bit of, just to get some bitmaps into vectors. Because prior to that, I was drawing them here, like in Leonardo, and then trying to trace that. But the problem is, this tracing algorithms hate this. Even if you have a very high fidelity bitmap, they actually don't like it. Crazy, right? Isn't that crazy? That Macromedia Flash 8 had this tool and then nothing since. How much is Moho? Debut is $59. Pro is $399. That's US, but it's one-time purchase. It's still a lot. That's not cheap. I just can't believe that Flash 8 is like, that's the industry standard, and no one's done it since. And the smoothing, even that thing, that soften shapes feature, you cannot find it anywhere. Just the ability to, like, even online, like there's no thing where you pass an SVG in and you get a more softer SVG out. Like smooth, like simplifying wrinkles. That doesn't exist. Crazy. Okay, so let's keep working. What we want to do is look for the NPCs. That's not great. All right, well, let's deal with it. Deal with it. Oh, something's not good. There we go. So what's the problem here? Playable director has been destroyed. That's okay. That's fine. Let's set to instance of object. NPC is of type character, correct? NPC has an animator, which is there. That is fine. So why is that wrong? Director.set generic binding retro track. That should be good. From here, bindings, almond rose butter. Yeah, as long as it's not almonds. Oh, we got close. Oh, not animator. That one. Cool. Okay. That's good. So now, automagically, we have, when we fire up a brand new cutscene, it auto-populates in 2 button clicks the characters in the scene. Well, it auto-populates an event sequence with the lines of dialogue for the characters. It auto-populates the character dialogue portraits. Then it puts them in the scene. Then it creates a timeline track, creates the dialogue in the track and space for the animators of the characters if I want to do custom animations inside of that in like 2 button clicks. Hey, Side Reel. Thank you so much. So let me show you that. Okay. We're going to delete this. Make a test sequence. Let's delete it from scratch, right? We've got nothing in the scene. We've got nothing anywhere. We make a new event sequence scriptable object. And then we say, we're going to call this test sequence. We're going to have test sequence include Armin saying, this is a test. And then we're going to have straight after that, Leopold is going to say, yes, it is, ... And then Wilhelm is going to say, it's me, Wilhelm. And then I'm just going to press import. Boom, there they are. And then I'm going to save it. Check again, everything's good. I'm going to trigger that on collision. I'm going to make a new timeline for that. I'm going to create it in the scene. There they are. Here it is. Ready to go. If I check the timeline for this, it's already there. The dialogue's there. I can do whatever I want. Boom. 2 button clicks. And I got a cutscene. Ready for custom animations, whatever I want. We could do camera moves, we could do anything. That created, just in that little moment, this game object with all the bindings and the collider, and it created the characters in the scene, and it populated those characters with their idle animations. That was since last night at about 8 p.m. I was like, I think I should build this. Because every time I want to write some story in the game, I'm sitting here like freaking out about how much like busy work there is to like create, and then how hard it is to modify that stuff. Like, it's just like time, you know? And it was costing me too much energy. What I don't have yet is a good way to handle all of the different kinds of like test cases. So like, what happens if you have one character that's got 2 or 3 different cutscenes that play on them? Stuff like that. But I think we're really far along. I think that was really good. Now, I want to write some story for the rest of the day. I have something that I want to do with this character. I'm really excited for it. I hope I don't spoil anything with them, but it should be fine. Okay. I'm taking him out of this scene just for now. Let's go 640 by 360. Let's take a screenshot of this. Put everything back. Let's go to a new thing here, paste it. Let's take Armin and just flip him just for the sake of it. Edit, flip horizontal. Not that. Here. Okay. And then I kind of, I'd actually prefer if maybe he just wasn't in the frame for a sec. Sorry, mate, you gotta go. All right, we can put him in separately. Okay. Nice, Shift H, man. Same as in Figma. Cool. So the idea is I want to set up a scenario here, like a cutscene almost, but I kind of want it to just be, I don't want to think too hard about the surrounding environment. I want to build the environment around the set piece. So it's really about like, how do I make this look cool? And then I'll build the level around it. I think I've really been missing that. I thought I had, yeah, there it is. I want him to have a dog. I think you just wouldn't see that leg at all. It would just be like a big... Okay. So the idea here is that we would have... I do have these like rock assets, but let me just think about it like this. I'll just do it from scratch. So the idea here is, I think this dog is too white, but the idea here is that these two are traveling together, and oh, that's interesting. That was not even close to the same color. And there's kind of like a mystery going on with this character. I kind of want the dog at the foot. That's cool. And then no. He doesn't enchant the dogs into Hundens. The Hunden are like a race. He's not like magic. He's just a guy. He's a scholar. And a gentleman. So the idea here is that I'm trying to create a situation where it's relatively cheap and straightforward for me to create assets that can blend with the world that still feel like their own places. That's the problem. I've been really, really trying to process and like, what's the word? Like diarize or like understand. We were talking about space versus place. It's such an interesting distinction that I haven't really put, prior to this, a lot of energy into thinking about. But since we identified it as like a thing, I've been thinking really hard about Insignia's content generation system and how it tells story. And because this is very cerebral, this topic, and it won't apply to most people who are making smaller games. But if you're making a big game, your game lives and dies by how easy it is for you to make content for it. That's basically it. Because you just won't make content that's hard to make eventually. When you're in this, like in the swing of things, and you got crunch and deadlines and whatever, you're not going to make content that's complicated and hard. You're going to make stuff that's easy. So my goal is to make the easy stuff as easy as possible, right? And or make as much stuff as easy as possible. So this distinction between space versus place for me is the most important thing as far as like visual storytelling in the game. So what that means is, and I've had this happen many times. I've had players playing through the game, running around saying, I feel a bit tired of this environment. I'm waiting for the next thing to happen. I've had people say that to me. Not recently, but within this iteration of the game's graphics. So like not, within the last 18 months. And I totally understand that. It's a thing I get, and I feel it myself. And it's something that no one will tell you. No one will tell you this, that like game pacing sometimes has nothing to do with the plot. It has nothing to do with the mechanics. Sometimes game pacing is just about giving the player a visual indication of how much they should care at any one time. And that to me, I'm really, really convinced of the idea that players determine how much they should care based on the unique assets they're seeing in the scene. Like how much care has been put into this space that I'm looking at, that tells me how much care I should give before, or how much I should expect to care. If you walk into a grand palace, you expect something to happen in the grand palace. If you walk into a forest and you're walking and it's all forest, you don't expect something new to happen while you're in the forest until you come across something, right, that breaks up the monotony. So for me, it's like when I've got characters, and because a lot of Insignia takes place in the world like this, I've got things that happen and they're happening in the level because, well, the story takes you through the level. They're happening here. How do I make this feel like an important place? And how much in the content workflow do I bind the character to the place? Like this stuff is designed for him to be here. Do you know what I mean? It's really interesting. I've been thinking about it a lot. I think it's right. I think if you have a unique character, their surroundings and where you find them, you want them to be memorable. You want the surroundings to explain the story of that character and how they got there and what they've been doing there. Like if you just have a really important character just like standing around somewhere, if I just put him here, when you get to him, you're not thinking, oh, this is important, I got to talk to this guy, because he's just a guy. But if you start dressing it up and creating a bit of structure and even leading, if you have some of these rocks show up here, maybe you even change the tile set, then you've got something, So here, like, I'm kind of interested in even having like a tent or something here. Make it more than just a place. Make it a space. This is a mock-up that's a lot of the times my mock-ups evolve into actual assets, you know. So obviously I won't keep this. This will go away, but this will become the set of assets for this area. Well, this is kind of replacing the fire pit in the moment. I've only just decided it would be a tent. Don't worry. I haven't gotten very far yet. I did have the idea about 15 seconds ago. And the other thing that I've been thinking quite a lot about is the degree to which I can move these things around. Like if this guy's going to appear in chapter 1 and chapter 2, I can put the tent anywhere, right? I can relocate the tent. I like the idea of the tent kind of framing the tuning fork. I'm also a little concerned that the tuning fork looks a little bit lightning-y at the moment. Without the green, it kind of looks a little bit like nothing. With the green, it looks very impressive, but I don't know if it says the exact thing I want to say. It almost looks like an electrical terminal, like something that will light, bang. It is supposed to have an elemental aspect about it. There is magic happening, but I'm sort of still figuring out whether or not I want it to be something that can be placed elsewhere as well. Like multiple places in the level and on different surfaces. And if I do that, it kind of needs to stand out, I think. It's not bad. It's not terrible as it is. It's just that there's a lot of dark colors in the game. What element? I mean, they don't really have names, but the ability that it represents, the element is the... Arise is the name of the ability that the element represents. It's green for like the jump button right now, but I don't know if I'll keep it that way. I might make it yellow. They're not, the elements in my game are not like earth, wind, air, fire. Earth, wind. Earth, air, fire, water. They're not that. It's not just like airbender elements. Yeah. There is like the entropy energy. So this would be energy. That's what the green represents. Which is like life. But I'm not sure yet that I want to. There's a little bit of lore that I need to like tie up for some of this stuff. It's just, I don't want to give spoilers. So there's like a rule, and this first chapter, the dungeon that relates to all of this stuff is an exception to that rule. And so it's not really obvious to you guys what it needs to be, which is fine. It's just a bunch of lore. Yeah, that's not great. I'm trying to do something here, but I don't think it's working. I'm trying to make it look more like material, but I think it just needs more subtle colors. There's too much detail if I try to... Like I put a tear in it with some light coming through, that kind of thing. But... This is where I get a bit complicated. Not a bit complicated, a bit unsure about my palette, because the contrast is actually quite high for a lot of this stuff. And you can mitigate contrast by making the areas less, you can have less of the brighter colors and more of the middle colors to make it feel on average less bright. So you can control tone and brightness that way. But then the more you do that, you kind of change the texture of the thing a little bit. So the alternative would just be to literally just change the colors here into colors that were closer together. Or failing that, do this kind of like dithering or, other techniques to soften the transitions. I don't usually dither much, but I am a little bit partial to doing it like this. Just to create a more like canvasy look. I'm not sure it'll actually do that. It might not work. Maybe. Why do you have to make things so complicated? Well, you see the way I'm acting like I'm somebody else? Is it getting you frustrated? You know, life's like this. You walk, what is it? Something. You take what you get and you turn it into. Are you saying you think I'm a perfectionist? Sometimes I feel like a plastic bag blowing in the wind. Do I think I'll go more low res? I think I might go higher. I don't think I'll do pixel art next game. I think I'll do 3D. I would love to be at the head of a studio that was making something like Clair Obscur, but a little bit smaller of a team and a little bit more focused of a game. So like not like a grand epic RPG in that sense, something between like Shadow of the Colossus and Clair Obscur with like 15 to 20 people. That would be a dream to do that. Yeah, pixel art, honestly, honestly, pixel art was just my way of getting into games with a low barrier for entry using a skill that I already had, like a 2D skill. I already knew how to draw and animate in 2D, and pixel art seemed like a pretty straightforward way to do it. So I just started here. I'm not that passionate about pixel art per se. Now, to answer the question, why am I such a perfectionist? I think there's a lot of factors. I've actually been talking about this with like a therapist, to be honest with you, for like some time now. So forgive me if this answer is like extremely elaborate for such an honest and like innocent question, but you've sort of hit a nerve a little bit. So I feel like I should give full context. This is pixel art. You know, pixel art does this. When you take a screenshot of pixel art and you show it to someone, the bits that aren't perfect stand out really easily. And when you set a bar at a certain height, you're kind of in a position where you have to meet that bar. Right? Like here, you can see where there's like a seam here, or like here, this is looking a little bit muddy. Like those things kind of stand out. And at least to me. And I think in general, like where there's a lack of polish, or like right here, this to me doesn't look right. There's something going on here. And it's just not great, right? So to make pixel art look good, it has to be consistent. To make it look consistent, you have to be a bit of a perfectionist. That's the first thing. Second thing is, with games in general, it's such a competitive market that if you try to put a lot of effort into making something big and it's not great, I feel like, well, let's put it this way. The bigger the thing you make, the more depends on it being good. So I try to make what I'm working on good because I don't want all that effort to go to waste. You don't have many chances to market the game once it comes out, you know. On the way to building an audience and releasing it and all that stuff, you kind of have to be very strategic, or at least I have been. And I've always tried to avoid missing opportunities because there are so few of them. It's really hard to get to a position where you have security as a game developer. So all of those things combined, I think, make one a perfectionist. They make you a perfectionist. You have to be able to be one, I think, to do this job. If you're doing it as a hobby, I think no problem. Take it as you like. But I think if you're trying to be a professional game developer making pixel art, like, you kind of have to have a bit of a perfectionistic streak, I think. I don't know how you do it otherwise. You know, like how often do people point at a Studio Ghibli film or a game that they like and they say, I love the attention to detail. I love how realized the world feels. All the little touches. It's the little things. That's what gamers care about, at least for story-based games, I think. They care about those little things because in world building, they matter. I don't think you get to... If you were just trying to be efficient, you wouldn't put the energy into those things. If you were just trying to get it done. Like the opposite of perfectionism is being able to say, good enough, and move on. And I think the ability to recognize that something is good enough based on an actual informed opinion rather than just like a gut feeling of being bored with it is really hard to come by. I think it's very, very, very rare for someone to genuinely know when something is like good enough, unless they've had a lot of experience, unless they genuinely have spent, you know, years working on something and they've done different, you know, whatever, different things in the past. And so they know intuitively this will be good enough because it worked for me in the past. Most people, I'm pretty sure, just use their instincts most of the time. And the people who happen to have good instincts for what they're trying to make succeed. And people whose instincts don't lead them to a good place get stuck in their instincts. That's what I believe. And yeah, people learn, but like some people are better learners than others. Some people are committed to learning more readily. This game, it can't compete with Stardew. Even the best version of this game that could ever have been will not be as successful as Stardew Valley. Insignia, a single player story-based game without like building mechanics and, you know, your own personal garden that you invest in and all that stuff that Stardew has. Without those kinds of features, Insignia just doesn't... No single player game has that kind of mass market appeal and potential for community player bases. That's a big thing. Like, Stardew is the kind of game that you can build a community around, that you can become like a Stardew player, you know? Like Roblox or Fortnite. It's like, this is what I do every day. I sign into Stardew Valley or not sign in. I open up Stardew Valley and I do my daily chores or whatever. Like, it's a place that you go. It's not just a game that you play for the story. And there's a lot of replay value. It's that game in particular is almost built to be successful in a way that this game, the best version of Insignia, will never be that. The best version of Insignia will have a small Reddit of people who like to speedrun it or theorize about lore for about 2 years after it comes out. Maybe people will talk about the game in passing of, oh, what's your favorite pixel art game? Oh, I love Insignia. It's got a great story. And that's it. After the game's done, after its first, release, the 6 months after release goes by, just like Sea of Stars or whatever, and you pick your favorite pixel art RPG or adventure game. We're not playing those games years later. We talk about them, but we don't necessarily... They're not making money for those developers year on year on year on year on year. Because it's just not the kind of game you do that with. It's just not, it just doesn't support that kind of play. And I don't think it would be my goal for it to either. That's the most important thing. I'm not trying to make Stardew Valley. Maybe one day I would be interested in trying to make a game that felt like that, but I feel like the market has a lot of those games right now. Everyone's trying to make the cozy world sim, cozy life sim game. And I'm just not, it's not what I was being called to make when I started this game. Yeah. But yeah, the perfectionism thing's really tough. It's so hard. I feel sorry. I feel sorry for me, but I also feel sorry for people who come after me making games. Breathes heavily. Booyah. I'm not saying that you're doing anything wrong, Booyah. I like what you're making. Please don't take that line personally. Sorry. It is a popular genre. Yeah, I don't know about a campfire. I'm not sure because this fork is taking the role of the camp. You know, it's the center of the camp or whatever. Maybe we could do like, I have things that I can place here. I do have like campfire assets that I can drop in. I know it's like the natural extension to what I'm doing right now is to put a campfire in here. Hey, let the ghost game. No. Wow, my brain can't read. Get lost the game. Hey, how's it going? Get the ghost game. Do that too. You always got to get the ghost game. A bit too blue. Well, that's kind of cool. A bit more glassy. Yep. Okay. How do I make this stand out? I mean, I could easily just give it an outline and say done. The contrast is very high on it right now. Ship it. It do be like that sometimes. Phil Fish. Can I say something? You might not like this. I really like Phil Fish. Phil Fish was like my role model when I was like, I don't know, let's say like 20. Obviously before all the controversy, but even then, I still think that it's a real shame what happened. And I don't think that he deserved all the hate that he got either. I think Fez is an amazing game, like incredible. Probably still one of the best indie games. I think he's a genius, and I wish he would come back and make more games. It's really sad that that project just was his one and only like big thing. Yeah, I just think like he happens to not have a celebrity personality, and I think it's, if I'm successful because I'm a nice person, that's probably not the best outcome for the world or whatever, for the industry. Like, you don't really want people to just succeed because they're nice. Or I should say, people who are not nice probably still deserve success if they're brilliant, if they're making good stuff. As long as they're not like he wasn't, I don't think he was hurting anybody. I think he was just like very defensive. And remember, this is like still pretty early in the age of social media. Like, I don't think that we as a society or as an industry really understood like what a celebrity game developer should look like. What does that mean to be like an ambassador for game dev or whatever? You know, it's kind of weird, the idea that like you would have someone who's like a movie star game developer, right? Like John Carmack. Well, yeah, like John Carmack, but even John Carmack is like a complete recluse, right? For the most part. Like, he's pretty dialed in most of the time in just making stuff. He's just like an engineer, an engineer's engineer, you know? That's kind of like the best possible, not best possible, but if like that's one of the like successful personality types you can have as a celebrity game developer, is someone who just like minds their own business and works really hard, and then like once every so often does an interview on like Joe Rogan or whatever, and you know, is nice because they're not really wanting for anything. They're just successful and they keep to themselves and that's it. But like someone like Phil Fish, it's almost like in this weird like rock star space. Notch is another example. Notch is an amazing example of a game dev that's like how is this person really supposed to be like the guy? Like, is this person cut out for being an ambassador for all game developers everywhere? Because that's kind of like what we saddle them with. And they're really just, you know, nerds who were working on something that happened to be really cool and that they chased and that gave them a lot of success. But like, I don't think it's a guarantee or an expectation that they would also be like good at PR, you know? Like is it Eric Barone, the guy who makes Stardew Valley? Like it's very, what's the word? It's really, really cool. And we're very blessed to have him be as chill as he is. super ground, but like you're also seeing. No, I no, I think he deserves the credit. I think that he deserves the credit he gets. Super cool guy, but also, I mean, I was gonna say maybe the success chills you out once you've got enough of it, but then we've got Notch. So like, Eric Barone is probably as well. He wouldn't be billions rich, but he's definitely probably close to like 100 mil rich. Notch is billions, I think. Or no, was it 120 million? What? How much did Minecraft sell for? It was a lot of money. 4 billion. Yeah, there you go. But that's the thing. Like, if you're, no, that's not true either. I know. You know what? I feel like I'm getting it. It takes a while for me to get there, but because I'm literally having these conversations about my own anxiety with like a therapist. And for me, I think about what it would mean to have the success that I'm looking for and whether that would change me. Part of me does definitely feel like I am an imposter until I prove that I can be successful. And only when I am successful do I get to have the permission to like have my opinions in public and, you know, go do a GDC talk or whatever. Like to be a game developer personality rather than just like a content creator who makes stuff about games. Like, I don't really want people talking about me and Eric Barone in the same breath unless Insignia does really well, you know? Or not even, you know, just in general. Like, I'm happy to be the guy who teaches people how to do pixel art, but like, I don't want people to think of me as a good game designer unless I've made a good game. That's kind of how my brain works. But then I think, well, this is the thing. Then I think about if I was Eric Barone and Insignia was a big success, or if I had made Stardew Valley, what would I be feeling right now? And I know that he feels a lot of anxiety around things like patch updates. Like, I've sort of seen on Twitter and just been aware of the conversation enough, and then heard him on interviews talk enough to know this is exactly what he's going through. The fact that a version came out on PC and then mobile and Switch, I think, had like 8 months before players could play the same version. Letting people down, that with the sense of letting people down, 100% that would kill me. That would give me so much depression. And I don't blame him for it. And I completely understand why he feels that way. And I would definitely feel that way 100% without question. So like, in that sense, like, when do you get absolved of imposter syndrome, or like, I don't know, negative feelings of guilt and responsibility around game development? Probably never. It's probably never. It'll probably always feel bad. What more can you do? There's not much you can do about it. Yeah, we're listening to his song right now. Isn't that crazy? I guess I really hope money helps, though. I really hope it helps to have a ton of money, because, you know, I mean, I know that having more money means more problems, like more stakes. You know, it's like, oh, you've got all this money, but now you have the responsibility of knowing what to do with all the money. Oh no, don't waste all this money you've been given. Now you're in imposter syndrome at being rich. I get it. But at the same time, like, damn, it hurts for me when I make mistakes and it costs me money or time. It's like, it's brutal to make mistakes for me right now. It hurts so bad because it's like, this might just cost me the whole game. Like, this might cost me my future when I make a mistake that is in the order of like a few $1,000s or something, or a few months worth of time. It's like crushing. I don't think I'm inventing the pressure. It's a fair question. I don't know, but I don't think so. It's I can't give you an honest answer outside of that. Like, for me, it's crushing because I'm like poor and I don't have opportunities. And then when an opportunity comes along, it's like, oh, I can't waste this. Well, like, I do get opportunities, but like, you know what I mean? I can't control when the opportunities come, and I can't control always whether I'm going to be in a position to take advantage of them. So for me, it's like, if I'm not hyper vigilant, then the 1 or 2 chances that I have to get where I need to go might pass me by. Or if it's so weird. It's like, I feel like it's a lot like poker doing this. It feels like exactly like poker. And I know this feeling of like, have you ever played at a poker table with like 6 or 7 people, and there's one person who's got a lot of chips and you have less than the average amount of chips on the table? So like, you're sitting there and you think, okay, I have like 4 hands left before I'm going to have to go all in and just bust. I have like 4 hands left. And the deal comes, and you get your hand and you go, well, if this hand is a good hand, I'll be okay. I can create momentum off of this and I'll have more opportunity and I'll whatever. But even if it's a good hand, unless it's the best hand, I don't know if I'm going to win. So it's a risk to even take opportunities. It's like a risk to even play a hand when you don't have many hands left, because every hand matters. It really feels like that for me. It's like, I'm so close. I've spent the last 8 years so close to being like personally bankrupt that like, and then like by some holy miracle, something happens and I get like an opportunity that gives me some kind of permission to keep doing what I'm doing the way I'm doing it. But like, there have been very many real times where it's like, okay, if things don't go well for me in the next 2 or 3 months, I'm gonna have to go get a job or something. Like, I can't keep doing this way. And for me, that hurts, because being able to commit energy into Insignia, having the... And I know that sounds dramatic. I guess realistically speaking, I wouldn't stop working on Insignia if I had to get a job. It wouldn't mean the project would die. What it would do is it would protract out the game's development cycle, and it would mean that I would end up back in a kind of development hell, because you need momentum with this stuff. You know, if things are happening, media, publishers, other kind of stakeholders, players pay attention. If you announce the game and then you announce you have a publisher and then you do a Kickstarter and then there's a trailer and then there's a demo and then the game comes out, that is conducive to getting a lot of people's attention. But if you announce the game and then you go dark for 2 years, and then you do a demo and then you go dark for 3 years, and then the game comes out, then it's like, well, is it really what opportunities, like, can you guarantee that it's going to do well when it comes out? Or like, are you in the best position for it to do well? So for me, that's the biggest thing. I just really value that. Is like having the permission economically, financially, to keep working on this full time and putting more resources in than the average hobbyist would, because that feels like the only way that this game gets made. With any kind of certainty. Could be wrong, might be over dramatic about it. It's possible. And people tell me all the time, like, God, I hate the idea that I'm unreasonable, but I have to entertain the possibility. Like, I guess I could be totally, just, it could all be in my head how difficult this is. But it's not really like my experience, you know? My experience is that it's like actually really hard and I've had to work really hard at it. And that working hard hurts. And I think I've put myself in a position where I can't afford to fail. And I'm kind of regretful of that. But that doesn't mean that I'm it's not a great strategy, but it doesn't make me unreasonable to feel the resulting feelings that I feel as a result, you know, of being in that position. It's like if you're a spider and you walk into like a Venus flytrap and the Venus flytrap starts closing it around you. Sure, you didn't know any better and it's not really your fault that this happened, but it still hurts. It's still gonna really hurt. Oh, I mean, like, I guess I just, I think there's the stuff that I've been talking about in therapy, or that we've been talking about in therapy, my therapist and I, has been about perfectionism and whether it's something that I should be trying to curb, right? Like, should I be less perfectionistic? As in, is it unreasonable or a bad idea to be carrying on the way that I am, operating the way that I do, making decisions using the criteria that I use? You know, like if I have bad reasons for making decisions and it causes me to take longer or spend energy where it shouldn't be spent or whatever, well, that would be unreasonable, because it would mean that I was doing something that I didn't have to do or making it harder than it needed to be. I think that's what perfectionism implies, right? That like, man, you're making it so much harder than it needs to be because you just can't afford, you're just so averse to failure. But like, shouldn't I be? I really don't know. I mean, I feel like I kind of should be averse to failure to the level that I am. I can't afford to fail. I mean, look, I think, God, realistically, I can afford to fail emotionally and literally. In terms of like I'll survive, I guess, if I choose to. But like my career may not, or like I might not have the emotional stamina to pursue the career. No, I don't think I'd be in debt. But I certainly wouldn't be able to like have a mortgage. You know, I'd be stuck renting for many years, I guess. Like there are things that I want in my life that I can only have if I have a career that's, you know, decent. And choosing games as the thing to build that career on is very risky. So it's not really that I would, you know, I will be okay, but I would have to compromise. I guess the fear is that I would have to compromise a big part of what my goals are. And I'm just not very good at that. I don't know if I'm prepared to accept that reality. What the hell happened here? I thought this was looking great, and now it looks jank AF. Oh, there we go. It's so tick tick boom, isn't it? It's so tick tick boom. I was literally thinking about that today. I was singing that while I was in my head while I was at the shops. 3090. Not out loud, obviously. I don't sing out loud in the shops. But yeah, I mean, I just want so bad. I just want so bad to be the guy, you know? And I don't want for it all to have been for nothing. And I know it won't be for nothing. I know that, but it's still like, it still hurts so bad thinking about it not working out for me. It's like, I don't know how to like express that I really don't want this game to fail. I don't think it has to. I don't think this game has to fail. And I'm just not prepared to like entertain the idea that it will. I think that's maybe that's the thing that I'm sort of not processing correctly. Is like, if I think that I'll be okay, let me pause for a second. Hang on. If I think that I'll be okay no matter what, but I don't accept failure as an option, what does that mean? What does that mean? Because the thing I think that I'm getting stuck on is, for me, being an emotional perfectionist, like caring so much, to me, my assumption, I guess, in my mental workflow is that if I care so much, if I treat it like it's life and death, then I won't let failure happen. I'll make better decisions. I'll be more motivated to avoiding failure and achieving success, because failure is not an option. But if failure is an option and I'm emotionally okay with it, then when push comes to shove, what's going to stop me from going the extra from not going the extra mile? What's going to stop me from going, yeah, this game's okay. I've put enough effort in. And then just like it not succeeding, and then me going, well, that's okay. Like I don't want to live in that world. And there's probably something in the middle that I'm not seeing. There's obviously something that I'm not getting. I just don't know what I'm missing. Well, my biggest fear when it comes to Insignia is the idea that everyone collectively finds it mediocre. And I feel like it's very possible that will be the outcome. That's a very real fear that I have. That like the game will be mediocre, and that everyone will feel that even if they don't say it. And that it won't really be like remembered or talked about or cared about. It would just be like a thing that Adam made that's like really impressive as like a resume piece. Like someone looks at it and goes, wow, you made this? That's crazy. But like nobody really wants to play it. It's just like a really pretty, inaccessibly complicated thing that Adam made that's not really fun. It's just like, it just exists, you know? That's the fear. That would be like something that I'm like genuinely concerned about. That like every day I try to like avoid is that reality of like, I just don't want to be that guy who like thought he was the guy, but really wasn't the guy. Like, oh, you just thought you would make what, like a generational blockbuster genre defining whatever? Why would you think that, Adam? Why would you think you could do that? Like nobody deserves, you don't deserve everybody's attention this way. That's the fear. That's the like little voice in my head. Like just because you put a lot of time into it, Adam, doesn't mean that it means anything. That doesn't make it fun. That doesn't make it worth anyone's time. And like, we'd all just prefer to play the games that are fun. You spending a lot of time doing something impressive is not anything. That's what happens in my head. And then I go, I need to make it better. I need to make this so much better than it is, so that reality doesn't happen. Oh, Insignia? Oh yeah, I think I heard about that game. That's that game that guy, the YouTuber made. Was it any good? I don't know. It was okay, I guess. Not even. I couldn't really get through it. It kind of lost me. The story was a bit weird. Oh, kill me. Oh, that would be so painful. Yeah, it just had really bad pacing. I just didn't enjoy it at all. I got like 3 hours in and I kind of just dropped it. I don't know. I didn't really get it. There's so much talking. So slow. Yeah, but who knows, like, who knows what means success? Who knows which factors actually contribute? Who can say? You know? God, I would be so, do you know how much how relieved I would be to find out that this was all just me stressing and I didn't have to stress this hard and it actually was all going to be fine? I would be happy to stress if it was needless. I'd be happy to just deal with it. Hey, Arthi. Time to get on Dr. K. Imagine, instead of accepting that failure is an option, you gotta go get to a comfortable place. Imagine what it would be, what would be the very worst outcome, and then pull back to reality and think about it. I do a little bit of that. Do playtests help relieve that anxiety? Not at all. And the comment about like, does this have to define me? You know, like, isn't this just something that I'm working on? Can't Adam the person be separate from Insignia the game? Man, it's so hard to do that. It's so hard to do that because like everything that I do is the game right now. It is my whole identity. I don't have much of a like life outside the game. Like, I've got friends and family and there's things that I'm grateful for. And of course, that's like my life and stuff. Like, yes, but at the same time, like, professionally, I don't know. I don't have like that many other like, you know, things going on that I care about. It's just scary. I don't know how to put, I don't know. I mean, like, it's really hard to step away from the fear and say, this is just a thing that's happening to me and I'm just feeling it and it's not really reflective of reality. Or even if it is reflective of reality, that's okay. It's really, really hard for me to do that. To just be okay with the idea that like, it's not that I'll, you know, that like the scariest thing is like me thinking to myself, let's lay it on the table. The scariest thing is, Adam, you're not a good storyteller. And you do make things overcomplicated. You tend to overthink things. And it's just something that's going to be in the way your whole life. And for this game to succeed, you probably needed to have spent, maybe another 5 years telling stories and doing that. And the engineering task of building Insignia and the art task of getting good at the art, all of that, and the time you spent getting better at that meant that you didn't get better at storytelling. And that's the part where you're probably going to fall down. And that is a reflection of your intuitions as a person, that as a person, you fixate on things that aren't important. And that will be reflected in your work. That's the thing that I guess hurts a lot, and it's very hard for me to deal with, because it's a criticism that's been given to me through my life, that I spend too long on things that don't matter. That's like extremely scary to me. And I don't know if I would make games if that was something that I couldn't get past, if it wasn't something that I could skill up, be outside and outgrow. Like, I'd let someone else do it. Gentle Giant Game says, I have a lot to say about the topic, but as a dev, and by talking with this and a few other devs as well, success for most is just being able to keep doing what you love, making games. Most of the time that has nothing to do with how perfect the game is. You'll most likely release something that isn't perfect by your own standards just due to limitations of development. It's very rare to be in a situation where you can keep going indefinitely without compromising yourself. That's true. The most important part of that is accepting that fear and tension and sitting with it. Accepting that it's perfectly reasonable given the time investment and the way it's entered your identity. Sitting with that sort of tension and accepting it is the best way to process it. I'll have to think about what that means. That's an interesting idea. Like, and it's something that we're talking about a bit. Exposure therapy, of like, just saying, I have these fears, they are reasonable, that is okay, and then getting on with my day. Like, what am I going to do about it? Because I think the fear is that that's the real fear. The real fear is that the bias that's put me here will cloud my judgment. Like, if I'm in a position that's not good right now, and I couldn't see the reasons that got me here, then I'll be doomed to repeat the mistakes. That's the fear. Like, that I can't learn from history, so I'm doomed to repeat it, because the things that make me make mistakes are in my nature. I'm very afraid of that. And it's probably, I accept it's not valuable for me to dwell on that, because either I can or I can't, and if I can't, then I won't. And it's not going to change what I'm doing right now, so like, I might as well just get on with it. But like, I think because I can over-intellectualize a lot, I intellectualize things a lot. I think about things and how they're going, and, maybe in a compulsive way, it's a burden. And maybe that's, again, that could be learned as well. At the end of the dreaded day, you'll still breathe, you'll still eat, you'll still spend time with your wife, and then you'll pick yourself up. That's the worst case. Not death, not debt, not nothing like that. I suppose that's true. Yeah. I just really want what I want. I really want it, you know. I really want to be able to learn from Insignia fast enough to have learnt the lessons before Insignia comes out so that Insignia is good. That's what I want. I don't want to have to fail to learn. Experience, yes. Fail? That's harsh. That's hard. And I think for me, that's the other thing is like, I like being critical. I love being critical. It's where my passion lies. Like critique, thinking about what makes something good and finding what's wrong with it and picking at that. It's like one of my favorite things to do. You know, whether it's with movies or whatever, I love picking at things and seeing what could make them better and concerning myself with what's not good about it. It's just that doing that for my own stuff is difficult. It's hard to do that for your own things because you get overwhelmed by those things. You only see them. Like being in the mode of what's wrong with this? How do I fix it? What's wrong with this? How do I fix it? That's just what I'm good at. It's a skill that I have. Like I pride myself on being able to immediately know what's wrong with something. Not having that, and when I'm out of my comfort zone and I can't employ that skill because of lack of experience or whatever, or my intuitions are wrong, oof. Especially when it comes to my own work, the idea of like being lost, scary, very hard. This has been helpful. I hope you all understand that. Like I'm saying all this stuff, but like it's valuable for me to have these conversations. I know I'm just like talking at you a bit. That's okay. I mean, it's okay by me. Isn't failure kind of a subjective thing too? Depends a lot on your expectations. Yeah, but like, I know this is like, look, not most people, and even maybe I shouldn't think this way, but I do, and that's just who I am. But I want to be successful in the conventional sense when it comes to game development. I want to be like, someone said earlier, like people just want to be in a position where they can just continue working on their games or whatever. Like, yeah, but like the kind of games that I want to make require the developer to be seasoned. The kinds of projects that excite me are the kinds of projects that you don't get to make unless you're really, really good at what you do. So like for me, I don't get to make the kind of games I want to make. I don't get to have my modest success unless everybody else thinks that I'm good at what I do as well, by virtue of playing the games that I'm making and saying so, and voting with their wallet, that kind of thing. That's the position that I've put myself in, just by virtue of what has inspired me as a player. The kind of games that I want to make are the kinds of games that I grew up playing, and those games were made by big studios making very kind of personal stories that had quite a lot of investment in them. And I don't know, I think, I don't know, like, even like jam games, let's just say that like the only thing I got to do for the rest of my life was make jam games because I had a job and whatever. I don't think I would do it. Like, I don't know if I'd want to. I like making jam games as like a side hobby, as like a little thing that I do as a break every now and again. But if that's all I could do, and every other day I had to spend it, like, I don't know, doing web development or something, like, I'd just take up a sport at that point. Like, I probably would just, because I don't know if you feel this way, but like game jam games make me think the thing that I mostly feel when I finish a game jam game is, God, I wish I had about 6 months to make this better. That's what I feel almost every time I finish a game jam game. It's like, I wish I could just spend months and months and months making this what it deserves to be. Because 5 minutes of gameplay isn't enough to explore what's interesting about game development or this game idea. It's just not sufficient to get the value out of the hobby that I want. Do you think that some of your stress comes from the fact that player perception is unfixable? You try to guide it, but you can't control it. Oh, no, not necessarily. I actually think that I mean, for me, the way I think about some of this stuff is that, to me, player perception and controlling player perception is game design. That's your job as a game designer, is to guide the player's perception of the world that you're giving them. At least the kind of game design that I'm interested in. I'm very authoritative as a game designer. Like Insignia being a linear action adventure game. It's like, you see this, and then you see this, and then you see this, and then you play this, and then you talk to this person, and then you learn this, and then I test you on this. It's like I'm like the DM of a campaign of D&D, but no, it's not even that. I'm the movie, and I'm the director of a movie that you're playing. That's kind of how it feels. So like, when you watch a movie, you're supposed to see things in the order that they get shown. And the things are shown to you because when you see them, they make you think a thing or feel a thing. So like, The Sixth Sense as a film only works if you understand what's happening just enough for the twist at the end to make sense. And you can't, if you figured the twist out, it doesn't work. And if you have no idea what's going on, then the twist means nothing. So like, controlling your perception of that film so that everyone on aggregate has that penny drop moment where they go, oh my God, what? That's good writing and direction to me. And the way I think about game design is the same. It's like, I want you to, I'm like designing the moments that you will have. And if you feel them the way that I've designed them, then I'm doing a good job. it's very, it's the kind of game design that I would describe as puzzle design. I think it's one thing to design a toy. It's another thing to design a puzzle. And it's another thing to design a game. The traditional sense of a game is more like a sport, like a competitive game where you and another human being interact with each other. That's what I would call a game. Then there is a puzzle, which is something that has a solution, and the person engaging with it has to try to search the problem space until they reach a destination, like a maze or a Rubik's Cube, or that's what this kind of is, as a puzzle. And then there would be like a toy where the goal is just to provide amusement. Some of Insignia has toys in it. Some of it, there are sort of game elements. Like the combat system is a kind of game. You could play PvP, Insignia combat. But the story and the flow of the narrative is more like, and the level design is more like a puzzle, where if you go to an escape room, it's the exact same kind of design. You walk into an escape room and you're expected to have little learning moments and guesses and epiphanies in the order that the people who have designed the room expect you to have them in. I have written the story. Yeah. Well, the fear is that, to me, this is the real thing, right? Let's just say like Insignia is combat, is platforming with puzzles. It's got crafting. It's got a plot. It's got levels. There's obviously like side quests, inventory / gear, and all of these things that the game is made of. I did finish Tick Tick Boom, yeah. All of these things that the game is made of need to be threaded together in such a way that they just effortlessly take you from one thing to the next. You know, you're learning about this, and then you're learning about this, and then you're learning about this, and then you do a bit of this, and there's this very elegant dance that what it does is there's like a set of dependencies, like it's like things that are built on top of other things. And for you to have a specific feeling at a certain point kind of relies on, like, the one consistent thing is the player's attention span. That's going up and down and up and down and whatever. With the dramatic tension of the plot and the things you're learning and whatever. And the problem is accounting for how these different, if you think about all these things as things that create or release tension, they have like an additive effect. So like you do a bit of crafting, that has an effect. If you've just done some story, that has an effect. If you're about to do some combat, that has an effect. There's some platforming in there. There's stuff happening. And where the stuff overlaps, it has an effect on this tension. But the thing is, some of the stuff isn't just additive, some of it is subtractive. And the contouring the height of this to be dramatically interesting requires these things to be balanced very well, such that a good vertical slice should feel like you enter a new zone. You feel like you're interacting with things that are a bit difficult and unfamiliar. You meet an NPC, they lead you to a town. The town sprawls open and you meet a bunch of different characters. The plot drives forward and you learn a bunch of new things. then you get pushed back out into the world. As you get pushed out, you're learning new things, you're engaging with different systems, and there's a pace to that where you're getting new questions get created and answers to those questions happen in such a way that it feels exciting. You're on a journey. But if I throw too much dialogue at you, because these all have flavors now, think of them as colors. If I throw too much dialogue at you, this might create a tension that isn't enjoyable. So there would be things that I can do to sort of chop this up and move it around and shape it. Maybe I spread it out over level design. Maybe it's something where I put crafting in the middle. So you have to go in, before you can continue talking to this person, you have to go and craft something which requires exploration. And that puts different colors in the middle, right? That's like, well, now I have to go away and do some of this for a bit, and that's okay because that is a different channel, right? It's like a break from this. All of this modulating tension over time is beholden to the level design, because you have to get around the world to do that. So it's that balancing act of creating a space where you can put all the content in, and then designing the content in such a way that the player naturally finds themselves doing all the things that they want to be doing in the moment. You know, it's just hard to do. It's just really hard. And getting good at it requires having a game engine workflow where you can very, very easily rearrange it. Like the thing I was doing earlier today, this like thing where I can just on a whim create new sequences. Like here's an event sequence, it's a story. Leopold says, hi there. Armin says, hey, import, new timeline, create. Being able to do that is really, really, really valuable, because it means if I've written something and it doesn't work, it's no big deal. I play test it, it doesn't work, we move on, you know? But the bigger the game is, the harder it is for those tools to be that flexible, you know? I did create that tool, yeah. So like, you end up doing this thing. What has happened to me is that, and it's the reason why I have Scene Graph too. It's the reason why I built this tool, is that building the house, you try to build the house and then you go, hang on a second, my tools suck. My hammer sucks. My plane sucks. My spirit level sucks. Why am I trying to build this house with such shitty tools? Well, I got to go away and build better tools, and then I can try building the house. And then you try to build the house, you get a bit better, you get a bit further along, and you go, hang on a second. My tools aren't good enough to make this house. They still need to be better because I'm having so much friction, you know? So you go away and you build better. You got to go back and forth. And in a way, you hope that you negotiate it in such a way that the tools that you build help you build a house that's good. Like maybe the house you end up with is like idiosyncratically, you know, it has its own personality because you built the tools, and there's something about it that's special and people like as a result. You know, you hope that's the case, but there's no guarantee. You could just build a really weird house that no one wants to live in. That's how it feels anyway. I don't know. Did you just compound tools over time? Most of them are for this game. Most of the tools got built with me struggling to build this game. So, let me just, I need to search something really quickly. There's a situation that I'm finding myself in where I don't have this is another one, right? Literally this. Here's a tool that I could build that I haven't built yet. I'm designing this scene, right? I see these bushes. I'm like, I think I have bushes in the game that might fit that description, but it might be nice for me to add more bushes anyway, as long as I can find them later. Next time I'm building a little set piece like this, I'll use these 3 bushes, these 2 and the ones that exist in the game already, and I'll piece them together because you want to be able to reuse assets, right? So like, the question is, how do I know that my bush sprites are called bush? Some of them are, these ones are, and that's fine. But there's probably other bushes in the game that are called like Campfire Layer 1 or something like that. Wouldn't it be interesting to be able to go through and tag all the assets? Right? Like, just because it's called bush, that's fine. But shouldn't I be able to, wait, like give this a label? Can I give it a label? So that all my assets that are foliage, if I search foliage, even if it's not in the file name, it's called that. If that doesn't exist in Unity, that's a new tool I should probably build. And like an asset panel would be great too. A way I could just drop stuff into the game. Bushes versus shrubberies. Exactly. Exactly. You read a file system that does this for Mac and Linux? Right. So like, this is what I mean. Like the idea of metadata that manages volume is something that you don't think about that you need until you have like a ton of stuff. And then you go, huh, why don't I have this yet? And then you build it because you need it. And then people go, man, you've been working on your game for so long. Like, do you know what else I need for Insignia that I didn't need before this year? I need a database system for my scriptable objects. Desperately. Like, I'm really struggling to figure out all the crafting materials and the designs you can make with the crafting materials and where those are in the game world. It's really important that I can visually see, okay, you can make this thing if you go into this scene, then this scene, then this scene, and that does this quest. That's super useful and important. I can build that. It will save me time and energy. It'll make making the game much easier. Do I build it or not? It's hard to justify either way, because how do I know how much time it'll save me or not? And yes, games have been made without those tools, but like, by how many people? Yeah, maybe I should just download Odin Inspector. I am aware of it. Yeah. Specifically, asset management is one that I wouldn't be averse to just using Odin for that. That's something I'm okay with. Because it's like, I know it's a bit of a can of worms, and it's very generic. It's the kind of thing that like, okay, once you figure out how to do it, like you'll do it the same way for every game forever. So I'm not, yeah, that I think that's reasonable. I just want like, just want the people in my life to understand that like, this stuff isn't trivial to like navigate. Well, the thing is, like, the crazy thing about tooling is, like, once you've done it, you actually can't believe you did it the old way. Once you have, like, a really good set of tools, it's embarrassing to have done it manually. I feel like that's a sign of a good tool. If you're embarrassed that you did it a certain way before, it's like, you definitely needed the tool. So it's rocks, bag, rug, shadow, ground, tent. Cool. Sorry, pals. I needed to focus for a bit then. It would make sense if you're planning a sequel, but it doesn't sound like it, right? Do you know what? The more I think about it, the more I think it would be actually a pretty good investment to do a sequel. Because I've put so much time into the tools. It would be a real shame if I didn't get something out of them. A sequel would be a really good idea, or DLC or something. How many games have you made so far? I've made like a dozen jam games. Maybe like 15 at this point. And I've released one Android game and this. Well-traveled. That's a nice thought. I don't know if that's the right way I would say it, but I've definitely been around at this point. Maybe that's the right word. Okay, these need to be, everything needs to be lowered by like 3 or 4 pixels. Can I say, I've been playing a bit of Balatro recently, and I've been absolutely crushing it recently. I'm like, I almost have all the Jokers now. And, feels good. It's been like not hard to get like really far. I feel like I'm making good progress on it. Like I don't think I have much that I want to do left in the game. I think I'm pretty much done with it. It's been quite good in that sense. I feel like it's been quite respectful of my time. It's not really as challenging. Like the more you play, the better, the more straightforward it is to like achieve your goals. And it's actually really, what I'm really surprised by is how actually like straightforward it is to get a really broken hand, a broken deck, if you just like if you just pick a strategy, like one thing that you're just going to get really good at in a specific run. You just go, I'm going to be this guy. I'm just going to make gold cards for the whole run. Gold cards, everything for gold cards. It's just like, you can't go wrong. It's been very interesting. Because I always, I was playing for a while and thinking that I kind of knew how to play it. And then I started doing the challenge runs and realizing that the game's actually a lot easier if you treat every run like a challenge run. Are you more of a CS type or art? Oh, you were talking to somebody else. If you have a dog, we need to be able to pet him. Yeah, you'll be okay. That is true. The bosses can just totally invalidate a deck. Well, isn't having a build like the whole point of roguelikes? Isn't that like the thing? Or do you mean like as opposed to improvising it as you go? I think I understand what you mean. Yeah. Well, in Balatro, it's like forcing is like, it's so OP to just force it. Like the last 3 runs that I had were all very explicitly challenge runs. It was like, okay, I need to play a hand that has 5 7 of clubs. The game was so easy once I did that. It's like, oh, I can make 5 7 of clubs. I just need to like focus on getting all of my tarot cards all the time and use like death and moon as often as I can and save moon until I have death and moon together, or like fool. If I have fool and moon, wait until I have them both, then use moon, then use fool, then use moon again. It's like, because I think the thing is, it forces you to just do something that's organized. Otherwise, you risk sort of just doing a bunch of nothing, like splitting your strategy into like 3 or 4 different things because you can't remember what you were trying to do. That's the worst possible plan. That's like not a plan. Where you go, oh, I guess I'll go for hearts now, and I'll use the sun card. And oh, I guess now I got stars, so I guess I'll go for diamonds now for a bit. Maybe hearts and diamonds. two suit set. It's like, that's never, you just never win that way. Because the energy's going in all different directions. This is Ace Sprite. Cool. CS means computer science. We're getting there. Almost done. Let's work on this a bit. Even like one thing I haven't, well, we were talking about a bit earlier about good enough and perfectionism. One of the things that I feel like I've learned over the last, like, I don't know how many years of doing pixel art is that, like, it's actually very difficult to land on an efficient art style for the kind of game that you're trying to do. If you don't copy someone else's art style, just like designing an art style is not, like, I've sort of landed on one now and it works for me. There's no way I could have guessed that I would have landed on where I'm at in terms of like the kinds of choices that I make. I think right now it's quite efficient. It's quite a good art style. It could be better. I mean, not better, but it could be lower barrier for entry if I wanted to be like extremely brutal, like 1-bit, you know, Undertale style or something like that, you know, just black and white. But in terms of being like a rich, colorful world that doesn't take extremely long to produce assets for, I think I'm doing a reasonable job of it. Like this grass, you know, 1 or 2 colors, reasonably large sort of shapes, easy to edit and modify. Looks, you know, looks pretty good. Not a bad palette. Like, I'm quite proud of that. And no one tells you that's a thing you have to, like, I watched a video recently about Hollow Knight, and a lot of the design, I guess, choices in Hollow Knight that make it what it is and what people like about it. And I think it's very easy when making a video like that, or when thinking critically about a game that you like, to think about all the things that are in the game and the value that they create by virtue of adding to the game. But not a lot of people talk about the things that made a game easier to make because the decisions were expedient decisions. Like Hollow Knight's art style, with how much black it uses everywhere, saves them a lot of time and energy. Having so much black everywhere makes it a lot easier to make that game, because there's so much detail you don't have to show, but you can imply it. I think it's a very important art form to be able to pick stylistic features that save you energy and look good. I mean, this is why there are so many anime games. It's the reason. It's not just that people like anime, it's that it's easy. It's easy to draw. And it's straightforward. The details only exist where you need to show emotion or whatever. The faces are like blank canvases with the primary features of human expression. Everything else is just like, well, screw it. We don't need it. It's very efficient. And anime style animation, also extremely efficient. Anime is born from the search for more efficient ways to capture motion, because those shows, they're being made on a syndicated budget. They have to come up with an episode every week. They have to find ways of making it feel like there's value, and you're watching filmed content. It looks like the characters are alive and talking and moving, but we don't have the budget to make them move and talk. So how do we make them look like they're moving? Which parts can we limit to still make it feel like you're watching film when actually you're just watching mostly a static image? It's really, really, really hard to balance that stuff as like a solo game developer. Like I really think it's like mostly luck. If your like first game happens to have an art style that like totally works for what you're making and like adds value without taking it away, and it just happens to be what you do because it's like all you could do. Like that is like Minecraft looking like the way it does, and that somehow like being aesthetic is, to me, a stroke of like insane luck. Because Minecraft could have been as elegant as it is, but ugly as sin. Easily. That game easily could have been super ugly. just happens to, it kind of works, you know, like the things, the kind of cubic world is good enough. And there are weird things about it, but like somehow those weird things are like almost charming. You know, like the fact that like the character is 2 blocks tall, they're like 2 meters tall, and that like everything is a block, and there are certain things that just don't scale well in that situation, but that somehow in Minecraft they, you know, they're sort of charming that they don't scale well. To an extent, I think players just they learn to love the things that they spend a lot of time in, and because Minecraft is just engrossing, you kind of learn to love the imperfections. But something about the way that Minecraft is so analogous to Lego, I think is there's something there that's magical that I don't think Notch knew. I don't think he like planned that. I think that just sort of was a bit of a happy accident that obviously paid off and like is the reason why that game is so successful. But like, it wasn't that like Notch sat down and said, I'm gonna make virtual Lego, and I'm gonna make all these decisions because they will be marketable. I think it was more like, well, I need to make these sacrifices to make the world fit into something that's like serializable, something that's chunkable. Like cubes are very chunkable as a data structure, octrees, that kind of thing. It's the right decision from a data structures perspective. It happens to also be very marketable because of how Lego-like it is. But that's not, I think that's a coincidence in practice. Cool. That's right, they resonate. That's a really, 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 really good word. That's like the perfect word to describe what it is. It's that the bits amplify each other. I mean, it kind of is. I mean, look, Minecraft is not, it's not gorgeous, for sure. It's definitely not like amazing. How much time do you set aside for gaming? I barely do any gaming. Maybe these days, because I'm playing Clair Obscur, 45 minutes a night at most. Sometimes 2 or 3 days without playing, and sometimes weeks. Before Clair Obscur and Balatro, like from November to like March this year, I was playing nothing. Literally nothing. I wasn't playing any games. I was watching my wife play Animal Well. But I'm playing some games now. You kind of have to. At a certain point, if you don't play games while you're making a game, you lose touch. It's awkward, but then you understand the sandbox, it works. If you go into it thinking you're going to have a Zelda adventure, it feels ugly. The pattern might actually contribute to many great games. I think that is the case. I think like the best games, especially made by small teams, it's like some beautiful lightning in a bottle is struck at some point, and that guides the project. In fact, I think Clair Obscur, I'm actually fascinated about how that game was made, and I've seen there's a lot of like behind the scenes stuff that I'm gonna watch. It looks like, from what I've seen, it looks like that game was maybe gonna suck for a while. Like, it looks like it got good in like the last 3 years of its development, 2 or 3 years. Because I've seen some early stuff and it looked rough, man. I was like, oh, I don't know if I would have wanted to play this game most of the way through its development. And especially on the parts that people seem to like the characters and the writing looked, it didn't look like the characters were going to be an interesting part of the game. I don't know if you've seen some of these early screenshots. It looked like they put a ton of time into gameplay. Like, this is, look at these, look at, what is this? And maybe that's like the key to good game design, is like, don't bother with it. Don't mind the fact that it's ugly. But like, oh man, the art design is really good. Oh, this is gameplay, I think.
This?
Like, look at some of this stuff. This looks like just some whatever Unreal Engine thing that someone like does not look good. And in a way, I think it's a, like, look at some of this, the art direction, for that to come late feels like a real gamble. You know what I mean? The fact that like the game relies a lot on particle systems and post-processing and like VFX to wow. But like, if they only spent a year or two on that stuff and it came up looking as good as it does, that's crazy. What you don't understand is that art is not the main thing that makes games look good. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not saying that the art needed to come first for the game to look good, for the game to be good. I'm saying the game is good and it happens to also have very good art direction, but it didn't have good art direction for a long time. You would expect that art direction like this took 4 or 5 years or whatever, like as long as the game was being worked on, that there was also strong art direction being executed. Like some of these frames, this is very cinematic, but what we were seeing didn't look like it had that cinema in it. Like they were doing performance capture stuff, I think quite late. Like this is what, if this is what the game was like, you know? It's just a big transformation. It's a big transformation. And that's a gamble to do that late, in my opinion. Why would you, like I wouldn't count on a game having more resources to put into aesthetics later in development. Just knowing what I know so far about making this game. Like most of the time, when I'm working on, the thing I'm most concerned about as a director on my game is that, and it's common, this is not an original thought, that as you get closer to release and the further you get from the end of the game, I mean, the closer you get to the end content, that it gets rough. Like the start of the game looks really, really good. end of the game looks a bit, but like no one knows because they've already invested all the energy. They're already excited. Like they're already sold on the game. So like the last 25% doesn't always look so hot compared to like the first 10%. I mean, this feels like the last 25% of the development time went into like all of the art, you know, all of what makes the game look good feels like it came up in the last little, you know, leap of the game's development cycle. And from a resources perspective, that seems rare. Because there's a lot of pressure to just get it done at a certain point. And I would say, I think it does show in the game. When I'm playing the game, I think it shows that it came together quickly. Because there are things in the game that I look at and I go, why is this terrible? And it's because it was one of the things that was just an oversight. Yes, the UI is garbage in this game. It's so bad. It's had a great art pass on it, amazing art pass, but it does not have a good UX pass. Like they didn't go back and play test and figure out the UX of the UI, because the UI is bad. It's pretty. It's impossible to see what object is in focus. If you just look at a screenshot, you can't tell what's being looked at right now. Like, what is the cursor looking at right now? Where is the focus? Are we hovering something over here? Are we hovering over here? Where are we looking? It's impossible. And like the fact that you see the word level, do you really need to see the word level 28 times? Like, just simplify. Like, take it, strip it back. You know, and the distinction between luminas and pictos. Actually, I think this is what's in focus. First offensive, because it's a bit larger than everything else. Terrible. Bad. There should be a strong white outline here. That should be what's in focus. And then these should not be as strong. This white is just like needlessly bright. Pictos versus luminas is one of the worst. It's so hard to discover how to use that system. Why is greater powerful a different color too? You mean like, oh, this means that it's equipped right now as a that it's equipped right now. I guess powerful on shell is somewhere off screen. Yeah, it's not good UI. But I guess like the thing is, like for me when I look at this, like as a UX designer, I go, this is important. Like if you're playing this game and you don't understand how to use this system, it's a serious point of friction in the first 3 hours of the game when you're getting a lot of pictos and you're trying to figure out how luminas work and you're seeing these big numbers here. Like we really had to guess, my wife and I really had to guess what the hell the relationship between this and this was, especially the first little while. For me as a game designer, I'm like, could this not have like killed the whole game? Not the whole game, but there might have been people that dropped off, you know? Like if the game was unapproachable, if it had one or two more really, really bad core UX issues, I might have gone an hour in and gone, I don't get it, and moved on with you know, if I hadn't had people, you know, saying how great the game was, it's possible I might have just not bothered with it. So it's interesting. I mean, I don't know. It's relatively minor in this case. Relatively minor. But still, it's like surprise. It's again, it feels like there's a luck element. You know, when things come together really quickly, it's like, well, the stuff that works and the stuff that doesn't work, we're just going to have to deal with it. And there are other gripes that I have with the game. Tons. There are lots of things I don't like about Clair Obscur. But I'm enjoying it so far. And I hear it gets really good. I hear the story is great. And has lots of twists and turns before the end. So I'm excited to see where it goes. Hello. How are you? Welcome home soon. Because I actually have issues with the gameplay too. Like I could be pretty critical about it. We're talking about Clair Obscur. What do you think?
What do I think?
Yeah, what do you think? You can.
I don't know.
You don't know what you think?
Well, I'm a very specific gamer, maybe.
It doesn't push your buttons. Is that what you're saying?
I don't really like the turn-based games generally.
I like turn-based games, but I think this game struggles to a degree even as a turn-based game. Do you know what really bothers me right now? I'm seeing a lot of people online writing turn-based, not turn-based. Like people have only heard the term and they don't know that it's got a D on the end. What does base mean?
Alright, I'm gonna start dinner.
Okay. Yeah, I'll come in. I'll say, I like Clair Obscur, but I want to be, there's like another like one of the things that I think is also like a huge risk for the game and is almost it's really lucky that it's not bad because it could have been really bad, is the way that the reaction system in the game. Like the dodging and the parrying in Clair Obscur is, I don't think it's not a model RPG system. It's not reliable. It's not a good bet. If you were to say, "Hey, Adam, I've got an idea for a turn-based RPG, but you do reaction commands as QTEs all the time, and you can avoid damage if you parry at the right timings, and actually that's a big part of the strategy is reaction commands and stuff." I would say, that's not really important. Like that's not really a good foundation for an RPG because RPGs are about strategy, and you're introducing a different kind of pillar of gameplay here. And the kinds of game design that you have to do to make the reaction commands be fun requires a lot of balance and a lot of play testing or luck in balancing, such that the parrying is not annoying and the enemy animations are just readable enough that you figure it out, like by your third attack or whatever, third time being hit by something, and also pretty you can't cheese them. You're not going to win every time, even if you know the timings, but like that's a very tightrope to walk for kind of no reason, like in my opinion. I think the game is fun. I think that where they ended up is fine, but I do think like there are annoying parts about it. Like there's a lot of enemies and they're like, and then they do their punch and you're like, why is this like this? It's like this because if it wasn't like this, the game would be definitely unfun. But it's not unfun enough to take away from the good, what's good about it. It's just strange. It's just it just happens to like it's cool that it came together in a way that was fun. But like, oh man, there are lots of times when I'm playing it, I'm like, I'm almost not having fun. But I am having fun. I think I'm very early as well. I don't think I'm very far in. We're just up to the gestural village. The thing is, it does feel really good to hit a perfect parry and just blast an enemy. Just wreck. Just that, like, the feel of getting it right, even if it's not like a great game design thing, just the pure like spectacle of hitting like a perfect parry and just like destroying a monster and having that like positive feedback loop of like, now that I've parried you and done all this damage, I also have all this AP. It feels good. It feels really, really good. But like, man, I hope that like it doesn't catch on as a genre. I really don't want to play RPG turn-based Souls-likes. I don't want that. Like, it's definitely not my thing. I do have a lot of fun with it. Whereas, like, I would say on the flip side, there are other kinds of things you can do to combine a game together. Like, I really think deck building roguelikes or like life sims are like a magic formula. I think that there's so many resonating things that are as a formula that just work, and just like even in Insignia, any of the parts that have any kind of like the crafting system the game is so much better now that I figured out the right essentially like mid-term progression mechanics. That's what a crafting system is in Insignia, like gear crafting, like anything where it's like, oh, I get rewarded for the exploration that I did, and I get a little bit of this, and I get a bit of this, and oh, now I can do this, and that like stacking of like they're like you do a little bit of planning, and then you figure out that, oh, okay, I need to focus on getting this thing, the deck building, or just more broadly builds as a feature of games is like so. There's just something that's just so attractive about being able to anticipate what you want to do 15 or 20 minutes from now, and then getting an item that makes you do that better, you know? Even if it's like the most obvious thing, and as from a game design perspective, it's just like dead easy to like expect the player to need something and then give it to them, you know? It's like, it's not hard to design that, but it feels so good. And with roguelike deck builders, like the stacking is also the thing that is just so easy as a game design thing. Just like having a thing that works better with a different thing and then giving you the two things. What is that? Okay. And then I need the dog. I think I need to separate this a little bit. I kind of like it exactly as it is, but I feel like it needs... Is it obvious where the... teeth are a little bit fang-like up there. A bit too fang-like. Maybe I'll just keep it 1 pixel. Is almond... No, it needs to be lower now. There we go. Cool. All right. Now we're starting to get somewhere, I think. Starting to become a place in the game. I think we need... There's only one other thing that I want to do today. And that is... And then... Might need a little bit more clearance. 1, 2. And this is why level design for these kind of games is really tricky sometimes. Because you move one thing, you got to move other things. I think that's good. Nice. the heck? Not great. I gotta figure out a way to fix that, but I mean, I suppose I could do this. Just remove that. Put this here. And then cool. That's better. Nice. And then do that. Hey, Boston Sheriff. How's it going? I almost feel like it needs even more breathing room. Oh. It needs to be more the other way too. Maybe one less here. Okay, good. Wait, why is it that I zoom in? Oh, I must have done something with the zone. Yep. All right. That's it. That's the stream. There is sound in the game. There's music too. You want to hear it? Anyway. Now I'm happy. Today I'm happy. This has become a much better level than it was. Just from what I know I'm doing with this, just where I know because I know where this is going, it's now at a level where before I feel like we were hitting into a low point here, where now it's going to come up again and prepare us for this. It's going to come together much better. All right, I got to go, pals. Thank you so much for checking out the stream today. Let's find someone to read and get out of here. Oh, it's got to be Booyah. They were lovely in the stream today. I felt bad. I made them feel bad about making a live sim. Thanks, everyone. If you like my content, definitely go and wishlist Insignia, because you can do that now. What? The game is on Steam. What? Go wishlist. And if you like my content, you can also become a patron. You can subscribe. You can become a subscriber of the YouTube channel. Lots of things you can do. And I appreciate you doing any of them, really. So that's it. I'll see you tomorrow. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.